Meowdy, Crola, Kronichiwa, Kroloha, hello, hello. I have a drink. Oh, it's weird to be back on Monday, even if I am an hour later than I usually am, but that's beside the point. On the other hand, yeah. I have no idea how much of this first case is, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Haven't said that in a while? Yeah, it's been 5,000 years, actually. Oh, it's so simple to time? To time wows now? Oh! Oh, is it because of, like, getting used to the timing of, like, the lag? Or is it, like, has Twitch somehow become undrunk? Has it sobered, finally? I don't believe it, though, but... I should probably drink this before it, like, gets cold, honestly. That's fine. I'm sure I won't forget. E. Wait until... Oh my god, you're right! I gave you such an easy out for that. But that's assuming I flip back as soon as I see that. There is always a chance that I'm late. Again. In fact, it's probably more reliable to assume I'm gonna be late. Haha. E? Oh, we've lost you all. You've all been turned to the E's. Okay. I mean, there's an E in this. There's one E in this. I actually don't remember what we were doing last. I genuinely don't remember. Is it in the history? Oh, good. Oh, right! Yeah, Shamsphere was trying to do a murder! That also has an E in it. Yeah. Oh dear. I'm sure this'll go well. I don't remember what evidence that I'm... Oh god. Okay! Well, we do a murder... No, we're not... Chat, we're not doing a murder. We're trying to... We are solving an attempted murder. We're not going to complete it. That would be against our friend, the definitely a cat, Mr. Natsume Soseki. We don't want that.
As you've managed to expose this promising new angle, I wonder if you should perhaps try to develop that.
We just accused Olive. Oh yeah, that's also true. We accused Olive of trying to also do a murder. I don't know if they're necessarily working together though. Part of me kind of believes that she wants to kill Shamsphere, to be fair. But who knows? Ah, yeah, it's pretty cold. It did in fact snow here. What are you supposed to do with that knife now? Cut up some fruits, you know, have a nice treat. Hello. Oh, it's a pretty good one. It's a cold one. Crack open one of the cold ones, said the weather.
And now we suffer.
Yes, of course. I live in a place with snow. Allegedly. Somewhat. Even Florida's getting snow. That, yeah, you know what? That isn't helpful. Global warming has made it so that everywhere gets snow now. And yelling out objections isn't necessarily the best way to do that, I suppose. In my experience, it has worked out pretty well. 24 with a chance of snow tomorrow. Oof, good luck. Okay. Speaking of snow, shoot, what am I looking for right now? What do I have? What are the contradictions? What have I pressed? It's been like a whole weekend. Something was happening with the 1800s gas baroness? Probably. But there was more after that, I think? Possibly. I'm not sure. It's okay, we're both equally in the dark. No chance of snow in New York this weekend. Well, I mean, there already should be snow on the ground. Warms up in time to get... Good luck. Oh yeah, school started for a lot of y'all. Good luck. Happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings. Okay. You were at the tavern. It was your first time in the area. Okay. I think I remember it had something to do with one of these two. What is okay. Something you envelope. Do either of these work? They have the same information in them. Oh wow, classes are virtual? Man, I wish that happened when I was in undergrad. I remember that time when a full-on blizzard hit. It was bad, by the way. To the point where where I went to school, when people were driving in off campus, I lived on campus, but like when people were driving in off campus, they came in like on an off ramp from the highway. That off ramp was completely blocked. Like I can't remember if it was because of traffic or if it was just the snow being so bad. Might have been that, but it was bad. Classes weren't canceled, and I think that's insane. I walked to class that day because, like, I mean, it was up to the professors whether or not they canceled. Our professor just went, if you can show up, you can show up. If not, I'm not gonna count it against you. So, like, basically the on-campus folks went to show up to class, and it was very small, obviously. And, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure half the professors didn't even want to go either. Because, like, trudging through that, it was only, like, 3 minutes of walking, because, like, again, on campus, and I was pretty close. Oh my god, that was really bad. Imagine closing school. This is before virtual classes were, like, I guess popularized. As a backup, anyway. The virtual classes existed. So it gets a lot less magical the older you get. It's still pretty, but boy does it suck when you have to, like, go out into it and deal with it logistically. Although, to be fair, if your infrastructure isn't built for snow, like, I get it. I get why you would immediately take off. I knew that there were areas that took off because of heavy rain, which is kind of wild. Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, sledding is really cool, and it's sad that I haven't done it in decades. Yeah, oh man, having to deal with, like, frozen stuff. Like, here, we just salt the roads and stuff, even if it's, like, even the chance of snow. Because we can't trust the weather reports. Maybe, is it the first time thing? No. I might just press everything because I don't remember if I've pressed everything. And that's on me. But it's also, again, been an entire weekend, so I'm just gonna refresh. Yeah, I might have pressed these before, but I don't remember. No, I've not pressed this one. I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Oh, construction barrel? That's wild. Always be safe during heavy rain, lest you be taken by the origami killer! Jason! Anyway, what a weird game.
It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. And I woke up to find that the case had been solved and the culprit arrested.
Yes, the incident has been resolved already. Perhaps it would help you to consider it a bad dream that ended with your awakening, and should now be forgotten.
Yes, I suppose so. Thank you.
But before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must tell the court exactly what happened that day, for us to arrive at the truth about this new case.
The trouble is, there's nothing to tell, really. I was just walking along the pavement.
Hold it!
Wow, I have not pressed this one either. Maybe I haven't pressed anything. What were you doing there that day, though? Hello, Sei is totally not a so. Hello, what is up? Legs not shown? Don't worry, he'll show his leggies soon. I'm never saying that again.
What do you mean?
The art school you attend, what's it called?
Yes. It's the Thorndyke Academy of Fine Arts. According to Mr. Sholmes, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is some 10 stops away from the scene on the Underground.
I believe you mentioned before that you also lived on Brixton Road. Isn't that right? So why, then, would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End?
Well, it's because, oh, yes, of course. I thought it might make a nice picture.
The witness is a student of art. City-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas.
That's right. I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of town. Perhaps, quaint would have been a less grating term?
The point is, she's definitely hiding something.
Yes, it seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth.
If she's trying to hide why she was there that evening, it must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. And you, Mr. Shamsphere, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago, would you tell the court what exactly you were doing? "'Twould be my pleasure, sire." I don't think yours is important. Because I'm pretty sure we're trying to find a contradiction with her thing. So we're gonna ignore you.
Hold it!
Okay, this I have pressed before. I'm just gonna read it then in my head very quickly since I've apparently read this before. Not worth mentioning, I'm guessing then. Something card. Yeah. I wonder if this is the one then that I need to present on. Huh? Did that not? Is this new dialogue? The earlier stuff was old dialogue because I could click through that. This is not. Please, Miss Green, tell us more about that note. Oh, is it because I investigated the note and realized that they were part of the same thing? Is that the reason? Huh. Oh. Hey, Trix. Oh. Yeah, records are things that are... Because Shamsphere interject. Oh, that's right! And that's not happening here now.
I'm sorry. There's really nothing I can tell you. But I can assure you it's unrelated to all of this. Completely unrelated.
This is her villain origin story. Truth is, you went out that day because that's what the note told you to do, isn't it? The instructions for you to come to Briar Road at 5 o'clock that afternoon.
I didn't think I should go at first, but then I thought it might be a good opportunity to see what the East End looked like.
Very well, if that's your final word on the matter, continue, please. Okay. Did I press this one? Let's see. Yes, I have. Do. She was unconscious. Okay. Okay, and this is her just being like, I need evidence. Alright, cool. Okay. I know, Susato. I know. I just, my brain did a blorp. I did a forgore. I got this now. Maybe. Kinda. I just need to figure out which one. Oh, boy. Okay. Did I press yours? Maybe I need to press yours. Did I press it? No, I didn't. A tavern, you say. Which one?
'Twas the slug and salad where I...
What's up with the harp? Where I I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End. And a little unexpected, I feel. What do you mean, Lord Van Zieks? The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining, for the locality at least. Oh, okay. Interesting that you would give me this context. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. Betrayal.
It's true. The menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water, in different levels of cloudiness. Fine dining?
I don't know if I'd call that fine dining. I would have expected Grub's grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Grub's grubbery? For a seagull, well, we're just gonna have to ask Inspector Seagull and his Seagull blog. They don't have videos yet. Watery soup and mushy peas. Or rather, soupy water and pea-like mush. How do you know all that? All equally appetizing. I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? Now, is it water or water? Maybe it's talking about beer. How different can water really be?
Or perhaps there's a more plausible explanation. A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment.
Agreed. The fact that on that day of all days, he dined at a place he wouldn't normally, it does stand out. So, Mr. Shamspeare's own actions on the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. Wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. Let me double check that it says the thing it is supposed to say. What does the letter say? Do I see what the letter says? The envelope that contained the note to Miss Green and the torn off end and we found fit together perfectly.
Yes, there's no question that they're from the same letter.
But that means something doesn't quite add up here, does it? I was really hoping I could read what was on the letter. I was hoping it would say, because I thought it said like meet at the Slug and whatever it was called. Well, that is unfortunate for me. Do I really not see? Oh no, it's blank! No wonder! Alright. Yeah. Shoot, I don't know then if I have evidence. Also, how many little badges do I have? I don't know, so I'm just gonna save in case. I want to present that because I feel like it said. Oh no, I'm pretty sure it's blank just because that's just the model. I think that it did say where they were supposed to meet. Oh, I should have full badges? Okay, awesome. Then I'm just gonna go for it. Mr. Shamspeare.
Yes, sire.
On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize? For a very particular reason. I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakest. Very well. I will present the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day. Namely, I really hope this is right. The answer seems to be no. Never mind. The music didn't immediately cut out, so I thought I was wrong again. But no. I believe this card reveals the answer. I'm so glad I vaguely recalled that the location was in that card. Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean? That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamspeare, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Personally, I prefer the air. I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspeare? Well,
Excuse me, can I say something?
Yes, Miss Green.
That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this old man, does it?
Nope, I have the evidence for that. Well, you'd think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely...
My lord, may I?
May you what, Miss Green?
I'd like to make something very clear about that card.
Very well then, you may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar note. Peculiar note. Not particular.
This note was delivered to me at my address. It's nothing to do with the old man next to me here.
Aha! But I have evidence!
Objection!
You walked right into my trap envelope. A day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in hospital.
Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me.
Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is.
Well, what do you mean?
Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of an envelope.
Oh, is it?
And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received.
Where did you find that?
In Mr. Shamspeare's room. In my room! Mr. Shamspeare, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere?
Well...
Your actions that afternoon follow the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. And so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspeare. You already knew about this note, didn't you? That's not really a question, really. And you, Miss Green.
What did I do?
As this torn-off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So, how is it that it came to be in your possession?
I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist, after all.
There is only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspeare's room and stole it! I mean... Well, breaking in is absolutely probably true. Just because, like, there's no reason for him to, like, open the letter before sending it. And for the envelope to be in that room, she would have had to be there after the letter got to her. So she broke in or was let in. You did what? Sorry? Thou hast what? You broke? I mean, thou what? In my room? What on earth do you want with me? Oh, so there is a tiff between the two. Hello? It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. Imagine, charging them with perjury. That's crazy. What a world in which we live. Miss Green.
Yes?
Whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you have endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly No, they won't! They've already been giving false testimony! What do you mean? Please bear that in mind.
Yes. I know.
Very well then, witnesses. You will give formal testimony again, now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received. Now, will you actually tell the truth?
I do remember now, 'twas a week ago, peradventure, that note was delivered unto me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here, and as for that torn-off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it.
There's only one person that we know of that's been charged with giving false testimony? Yeah, it was Gina. And she was in fact put in prison, and she was the defendant, and that is the only reason. Yep. Only the defendant can get charged with perjury, apparently. You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shakespeare?
Faith 'tis so, my lord, and I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it.
Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was...
A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying.
I beg your pardon?
I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie.
Yeah. You know, I don't know if I believe that. That sounds like something a fledgling artist would lie about.
That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides,
there wasn't an address on the envelope. I'm pretty sure, right?
We all know who the liar around here is.
Just like an omnibus driver is trustworthy. Yeah, exactly. You can 100% trust everybody involved here all the time. If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Shakespeare's...
I don't see why I should explain.
What do you mean? Sorry?
I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer.
Girl, you know why you're here, right? Is anyone buying this? The fledgling will do his best. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. God's forfend. You believe her? I don't know. Well, counsel. I'm ready, my lord. Very well then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses.
Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shakespeare's room. There can be no question of that.
Isn't withholding information also a crime? Technically, a lie of omission is still a lie.
And that's how she acquired the note.
Yes, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all of this. And it's, not a pretty one. Murder? Everyone's on your side until they have to testify. No, actually, though. Okay, let's just press everything.
Hold it!
And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all?
Nay, sire, 'tis as strange to me as a foreign tongue. Even with a knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily it's impenetrable.
See, now that I know that he's just putting it on so fakely, I can just do it incorrectly. But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. Well, more incorrectly. In effect, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you? Knew so well that he wanted to murder him. Look at how olive-shaped she is. How could someone like that lie? I don't know.
Alack, if the choice is betwixt I knew him and I knew him not, then 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted.
Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the Slug and Salad. Presumably, that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature. An official criminal law reference book for the Ace Attorney universe? I feel like it's gonna be so inconsistent with itself.
Marry, naught will have the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So 'tis true I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end, my curiosity was not satiated.
Weirdly, I don't necessarily think he's lying about, like, getting the letter. Part of me thinks that she sent the letter to him so that she knows when he'd be out of the lodging, so that she could break in safely and then do whatever it was.
On the day writ therein I did—
Oh yeah, no, you already said that. So, even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared.
Well, yes, sire, 'tis as thou sayst.
Really? You paused for a moment before you answered.
In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall.
Really? Do you mean to tell the court, that somebody did appear after all?
I was not alone that night at the Slug and Salad, my lord, no. 'Tis returning to me now. There were slugs and salad. I did treat my lips to an almost clear water, and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me danced a great many companions.
What do you mean?
Flies, sire, flies!
Well, okay, I guess it's the same wavelength as slugs.
Good lord. In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from a midsummer's night's dream, come to taunt me?
I think they were just flies.
I can't help thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Is that wrong of me?
Well, they should be buzzing around things that are rotten, so they're doing their job. Glad that was entirely pointless.
Hold it!
When exactly did you notice it had gone missing?
Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas.
Like murder? In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room. Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval.
Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas.
And yet, during that time, Miss Green was comatose in hospital, was she not? Clearly then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shamspeare's room.
Yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding. Isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir?
Are you gonna... Oh? You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. See, here's the thing. I feel like sometimes this guy's like reasonable and he's pretty chill, but most times What would happen if I rolled a 1? You realize that I had to roll once to test if it worked, right? Nothing happens to me. You would do well to remember that.
Oh, dearie me.
What's Lord Van Zieks getting at? Oh, what did he exactly say? Hold on. Yep, just... Right.
Hold it!
It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamspeare about 1 week ago.
Oh, does it?
But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. If it broke Twitch, it just causes an entire Twitch shutdown. That'd be funny. What would happen if a VIP rolled a 1? I don't know, but... Huh. I'm not gonna test this. Can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings.
Objection!
But for what reason would the witness have done that? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. Oh my god! Are we a little on the same page? Hello? However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless.
Miss Green could have come in to be in possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Shamspeare's room. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing.
What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though?
Yes, we should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruhodo.
We're close now. I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. It just rotates that she's just writing profanity on there. Just like drawing like little devil horns on like Ryunosuke or something.
Hold it!
Huh. Interesting. Pi is an irrational number, and therefore, it gave you an irrational answer. So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it?
I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters.
No, that's not true. Introverted? Fie! This fledgling doth readily cast aspersions about my nature. Yet I am an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song. The wind doth frolic on thy wing. You are not a Disney princess. Sit down. Oh, pity, wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, Ample? What are you doing? It's almost in time with the music. He's vibing. What is this dance? Is he ahead of his times or something? Ye old floss. Oh my god.
Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure.
Tragedy! Thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until thine instruction hereafter by death. Huh? Oh, the days, oh, the years. Stop getting closer to her. Alas, to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain. What is this guy doing?
Mr. Naruhodo, interject with some clever remark. This is your chance to shine.
I'm no Shakespearean actor, Mrs. Sato, even though all lawyers are required to get a theater degree. No, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument is...
Is evidence, yes. It's clear that Miss Green did in fact break into Mr. Shamsphere's room, isn't it? And that's where she found this letter.
Yes. Two more or less foregone conclusions that lead me to one terrifying conclusion.
Terrifying?
Yes, I'm afraid to say that the outcome of this cross-examination may, well, change how we look at this case completely. So, my current theory is, she was trying to draw him out so that she could do a little murder by putting strychnine onto the thing. That's why she has the bottle. So, it's not that. Why would you murder? Don't know anything about it. I don't know if this is gonna be the evidence that proves it. No, she did say that she wished he died of the poison. It's just like, I know what it is that I'm looking for here. How would she know that he blows into the gas pipe? Good freaking point. But they might, I don't know. Huh. Why would she have? Okay. Working backward. If Shamsphere is telling the truth and he was lured out by the letter so that she had time to do the whole poison thing, how would she know to do that? If I were to guess, then potentially the reason why she knew that he would blow into the gas pipe is because that's how he killed her significant other. Because he died in a similar way, if I remember right. I don't know how she would have found out in between that, but she would have the most potential to find out how that happened. So, like, I don't know, maybe. I don't know which evidence is... I don't know which evidence would be the one, though. Why would you murder, probably? Thing is, I don't have anything here that says that, like, I know that you are this guy's, you know, significant other. But, like... Okay, I'm gonna try the strychnine just because, but there's a couple of leaps of logic, so it's just like, I don't know, man.
Objection!
Oh my god, it was right. Oh my god, I was right. Okay, not so big a jump then. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilt during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholmes' chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamsphere. Huh? Yeah, I guess this is news to you, huh? Oh, then he really did think that, sounds like he tried to kill him then, huh? Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings. For one reason, and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamsphere's room with poison. Oh. It's an oddly specific poison to just have, so it's too coincidental. No, you're absolutely right. Oh, look at that guy just looking at her. She's not reacting. Can this be,
You broke into my room to...
It may seem incredible to the court. Yeah, retrieving the note was definitely a secondary objective. It's just kind of a, well, it was on the table, right? So it's just like, oh, I see the note. I might as well grab the evidence while I'm here, probably. But from the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, dearie me!
Oh. Order! Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill? Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts. But if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. No, but Solsuki was in jail for 6 days. He didn't die because he was in jail. Oh, that's so ironic. This guy's luck is so twisted. No, you don't need to react to that. The guy was in prison, so he wasn't there to be murdered. Well, that's a very good point. Does Van Zieks realize? Oh my god, Hello? Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon? There was a significant police presence in the area that evening, on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time. Lord Van Zieks, whose side are you on?
And, of course, the following morning, there was more activity at Mr. Shamspeare's address.
More activity? Oh, yes! You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder?
That's right. And, as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamsphere was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant.
And if the occupant isn't occupying, the gas ain't gassing. Lord Van Zieks is on the side of justice until logic is involved, then he just loses all sense of reason. But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. Also that. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamsphere had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant.
And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again.
Right. Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here, at the Old Bailey, came to an end. The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back was duly acquitted. That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamsphere was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. Maddie! Oh, they gave her a box. With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? There's so many going on right now. The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock. and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time.
To make sure I wasn't home.
Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed.
You mean to say that letter
Was written by Miss Green, yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room.
Order! Order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness?
I'm a fledgling artist. Who are you? Why did you try to kill me?
Miss Green's motive should be obvious.
Revenge. Vengeance.
To be honest, I feel like even if she left the letter there, it wasn't signed or anything, and they don't have fingerprint analysis or maybe even handwriting analysis. The only reason we connected it to her is because she had part of the letter, right? So, like, I don't know if they necessarily would have figured it out. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So, that's what's behind all this.
You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life?
Yeah, we know.
Take that! Duncan Ross.
That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's. If you saw that guy on the street, you'd plot an assassination as well. If he started going up to you and being Shakespearean, Shamspearean. Somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I'd heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings.
That does ring a bit. Ah, of course, yes. I remember now. The young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse or some such.
Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind. Nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamsphere blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Oh, she knew. Is that like the Eiffel Tower? Now that she's turned around. That's like an Eiffel Tower thing.
Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths. That's all people care about. If it's an interesting story, they want to know. It doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You mean you... Duncan was...
Oh, is that remorse? Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. I almost thought he was gonna be like, fuck!
Fiancé?
You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamsphere. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy. The murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry.
Mary!
Oh yeah, you've been saying it all this time. Now it's gonna bite you in the ass. Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamsphere, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe?
Oh, she looks so sad.
This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, Council?
For two different, yeah,
Each on different counts of murder?
yes, I apparently do.
Everybody is guilty!
Chat, you're not exempt either. I saw you plotting. I saw your knives. You're all guilty. Every single one of you. Anyway. Yes, my lord. That's correct.
Objection!
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend, Shakespeare is just so murderable, has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Why would Mr. Shamspeare have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? Oh, I got you. I know. Are we raging? No. I just think it's funny. I'm not actually raging at all. You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man. Oh, I've got you. I have files that your inspector gave me. Let's go. Yes, that's right, my Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies. I deny every utterance.
And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either.
Miss Green.
I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection!
But what have you taken down with you? But you broke into the man's room! Ah, well, I will be back after I grab more water. 'Cause we gonna be hydrated for this case. Alright, I will be right back, post-haste. I get back on time for once. Hello, I'm back. With more hydration that is too hot to drink currently. But, you broke into a man's room. Into the man's room. The man's room. Breaking and entering is still a crime! If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason?
I didn't do it. I'm a fledgling artist. I thought I'd have a look around, that's all.
But... Sorry?
Alright, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. Oh, vileness! Oh, villainy! Oh, tyranny! Oh, rotundity of woman! But in any case, whenever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock.
Oh my god, wait. Wait. Oh, I thought it was just she has a key on her neck. Did the guy change the locks for the rooms? Did she still have the key because her significant other lived there? Although, no, they lived on different floors, so never mind.
That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some terps and a piece of wire.
Oh! What? Why?
Oh, awfulness, oh, artfulness, oh, tyranny, oh, profanity of woman!
Wire? Actually, no. Lockpicking is a cool skill, even if you don't do anything with it. We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed.
Well, I spotted the note that I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place.
We found that too. Yes, we also discovered that hiding place. I was really hoping Shamsu would react to that like, oh, no! Honestly, it's just a cool skill to have.
Inside, we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box.
I'm going to assume that there was something in that tin box.
Yes, well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty.
What? There was something in it.
Yes, you know how a box works, right?
Just turn it on us.
It was the key. This rather nice key.
What are you doing with that? What the?
Every ounce of color has drained from his face. Give it here! Give it to me now!
It's mine! I inherited it!
What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it.
No,
What's all this about? He inherited that key.
It was obviously important to you, since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it. So, I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me. So I took something precious from you. So, what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care.
Give it back this minute! Give it to me!
The foremost expert on boxes.
Calm yourself, witness.
So, Mr. Shamsphere has tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamsphere, at first. But, considering everything we know now, I think there is actually something that could explain it.
What?
I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal, everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events.
In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamspeare's alleged crimes?
The one piece of evidence that we have not presented!
Take that!
That's an official police report, is it not? How did you get that?
The Selden file. How did you get hold of that?
Selden.
The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant, Mr. Natsume, have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room.
Well, yes, we know this, certainly.
A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. And two, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries.
I see.
And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The sum 1,000 pounds worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found.
Ah, yes, of course, it's coming back to me now. It's written in his file here.
1,000 pounds lost en route to hell. That was how the paper summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret. The location of the stolen loot. And perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in.
You mean this key is...
Mr. Shamspeare, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not?
What are you talking about? Tis a false charge, I tell you, a false charge!
The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file. But a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is.
But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings?
There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. So, it all comes out. Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamspeare's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garadeb's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice. Because Selden's old room had already been left to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shamspeare subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. We've already proven our guy innocent, by the way. We're just here now.
Mr. Soseki Natsume, the defendant of this case, no less.
So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspeare? This time, to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. Duncan probably would have been nice enough to let him look without question. I don't know. I don't know, how down are you to, like, let someone commit crimes or get the spoils of crimes? At the very least, it's just kind of a witness sort of thing. If he knows, it's like, ugh. To get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. What was this loot? You gonna fall over? Oh. Did he just... Strychnine got him. Looks like
I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck. Listen.
Oh, wait, no, that's Selden.
Listen, I want you to have my loot. Anything to stop the cops getting their mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you there, I guess. Shamspear.
It's mine. Huh. What did he just say?
It's mine. That loot is mine.
Can't believe his legal name is just Okay, hi! I think that... okay, this is a little concerning. Mr. Shamspear?
It's all lies! I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fella. Forsooth, I'm the victim here. Remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen?
I don't think anyone believes you.
If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me. For the time being, anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up?
Okay, there is no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through. Why does he need to wiggle? Ain't that a question? And we're not gonna get an answer to that one.
But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Also, I think that would, I don't know, that might be a danger to your life. There is a way.
Pardon?
There's one way I can finish him. Pulls out samurai sword.
No!
He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first. Oh my god! It finally happened! Trix, you timed yourself out! You've done it. I'll wait and see. We'll see. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule.
If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly.
Oh, could we use the skin spray thing? This is the final piece in this complex puzzle. But I think we might have... Do we? Have we used this at all? This has nothing to do with anything, but like... What is the... I'll see if they give me anything. The real loot was books and education. You still... Oh, wow. Why is it that mods don't get that privilege? That's funny. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. The skin print thing? My lord.
Yes, Counsel.
The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. Gasp. Nervous sweating. And whatever this is. It's our last chance, so has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. Okay, yeah, I think it's the skin thing.
Very well then, Counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased victim convict's hull?
I'm assuming it's this.
Take that!
Yeah. Because we don't have it on us, but...
If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shakespeare's handprints on the wall of his lodgings.
That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene.
Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective, Mr. Sholmes. A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title?
Ooh, I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shakespeare. Why is he there? Okay, I knew it was him. I didn't expect him to be at the stand. I thought the camera would like pan around and he'd be like, you know, like in the entrance or something, but he just freaking rolled a 20 on his stealth. Okay. Listen, you can't watch the Red Panda Cam when Sholmes is here. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title.
God, 'tis Sherlock Sholmes himself!
What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy backstreets of the capital, are they not? Ha, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since last we met. Mr. Sholmes? He does know Lord Van Zieks, then. Well enough to say something like that in any case.
Mr. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, it does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit.
If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already.
Clues, you say?
I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary. He was very intimate with that gas pipe. Yeah, mouth to mouth. So now, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time? Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Soseki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in his old room. What form will the sample take? Wouldn't it be the key that Green has, Olive has? Because I don't think we have anything on us that, like, Selden has touched. I would assume it's the key. We will need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution?
Take that!
It's the key to the case. Miss Green.
Me? Well, what do you want with me?
The key around your neck, if you please.
Sorry.
That key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. Huh. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes's skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Mr. Shamspeare, as one great to another, I assure you, if the late convict's haul is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. So, Mr. Shamspeare, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth.
In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No! Give the key to me! The detective shan't have it!
It's over, Mr. Shamspeare. No! You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt.
Whoa! Oh, Shamspeare! Despair! Be thy name!
Oh my god, who shot him?
Someone just shot him out of the air!
I'm going to assume it was the judge. Oh, there goes his hat. Hey, Chad, I found this really cool gun.
Dang it! Put that away.
I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all. So, you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods. Yet, after you'd killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Oh, I think we're back. If only I could type. The puppy dog eyes? That's a raccoon! That's neither a puppy nor a dog! Alright, yeah, the raccoons are perfectly capable of getting their own gun. They have thumbs. So, you know. Why? I was 3 months behind with the rent. For one thing. Mr. Garadeb really has had a lot to put up with. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then, this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease. Poor Mr. Natsume. What, unfortunate timing.
Then, 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance. But it wasn't to be.
No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day.
And if I remember rightly, Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day in there reading books.
Did he know all the way back then? No shot, right? Oh my god, imagine if he did and he was just there guarding it to make sure that we could handle that case before we did this. There's no way he's been thinking that far in advance, right?
I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot.
Which is why, on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room. I definitely give him too much credit, but like sometimes I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it could be as simple as I want to make sure nobody comes into this room and disturbs the scene of the crime without like necessarily thinking this far ahead. It could be as simple as that. Or it could, I don't know. Yeah, no, otherwise he wouldn't have a reason to be, I guess, sitting there and reading. You once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap. As long as you didn't want to go and commit murder, you wouldn't have been nearly killed.
William Shakespeare. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question.
From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1.
Well, let me tell you. In your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done.
Dang. Oh?
At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. The gas supply...
Oh. The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive.
The gas supply?
Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason.
That's no joke.
They say it's the convict's curse.
Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is.
Alright then. If it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place.
There are spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight?
No, I'd better not. We said we'd wait until we graduated before we told our parents, remember? Oh my god, if he went and stayed at her room, he wouldn't have died.
But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night, he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen. I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school. But something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped, Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to grab Scrubbery for some food, so I followed him. And sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican.
That place is cursed, I tell you! Cursed! The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me! I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked No problem there. It's like, I'm the problem! That's what they're thinking.
But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered a rumor I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations.
A rumor? Ah, you mean...
Yes, everybody's heard stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes.
How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework.
That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End.
A black market?
I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them. And you really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out, one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident? Or was it murder?
And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with, and wait. If Mr. Shamspeare was innocent, nothing would come of what you'd done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly.
I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamspeare. And then I wrote him this little note.
Also, like, you know, this also is very suspicious. If he reacts to this and goes, that's also pretty sus.
I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough to be sure, so he'd be sure to go.
Yeah, I mean, he could be going because, ooh, the tea, but also, like, it's all of these in conjunction, you know?
So I waited to see if it worked.
And of course, Mr. Shamspeare followed the instructions to the letter.
I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. So I smeared a good amount of the poison I'd bought all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done, and that it was all just some wild fantasy.
To be fair, that also means that if any of the employees from the gas company came by, they, definitely would have died as well.
Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done, and that the culprit would get his just desserts.
Deserts, actually, because that was spelled desert. She 50-50'd with their lives, oh my god. She dealt with it sandily. Not handily, sandily.
3 days ago now. Not now. When you were first stood in the dock before me. This whole affair seemed relatively straightforward.
Yes, my lord.
I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes.
It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes. Was that friend or friend in quotes? The employees most wouldn't have put their mouths on the pipe, Well, I thought that was how they did it. Because, that's what was spread around, and that's how everyone kind of got the idea. And one I certainly don't envisage walking with you. It's a little tsundere. It's not like I imagine walking with you along the beach at sunset or anything. Yeah, they don't want to blow it.
Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green?
Yes, my lord.
The judge just like, okay, get a room, you two. Goodness gracious, we've been here for 3 days. You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspeare.
Yes, I know.
And you, Mr. Shamspeare, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsume here present.
Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes?
Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friend stopped me from
ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle.
I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be, or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems.
Is it the same girl who got stabbed? Yes, it is. Well, personally, I'm glad of you being here, Miss Green.
Oh,
And I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspeare didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least.
because of you, I chose life, not death. And now, you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green.
Mr. Soseki Natsume, you have not been present for the past 5 hours.
Yes, my lord!
The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. They'd better. We are in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty.
Yeah! Now I'm just going to assume that the judge, fires a confetti gun into the air, and that's where the confetti comes from. That's probably what happens.
Court is adjourned.
Here's this. Oh yeah, no, third arrest, and Natsume gets to get some tea in his cell for once. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Drink it while it's hot. Oh yes, yes, at last, divine justice duly done. Divine justice. My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that moustache.
No! This has nothing to do with my mustache! Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes.
How come student Mr. Naruto Esquire? Once again, you've saved me from doom! I'm very happy to have been able to help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. Your second in almost as many days. You should leave. You should run. I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire, and now I hate it. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books.
You've had such a difficult time, haven't you?
But a week ago now, I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? To a dark and dingy cell. You did. And I've seen more of life in this week than in all my years to date. Are you thanking us for putting you in prison? And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there is nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. And this is why he and Van Zieks don't get along. One is racist and one is not. I finally started to see that. And, I've gotten to understand something. The true face is sometimes racist. No, you're right. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationalities, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said. I've come to feel the same way. What are you chewing on? Are you eating your mustache? Like... Huh. Oh, I just noticed a little graphical glitch with the mustache. Oh no. Oh no, there's clipping. I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan! What? No, that's entirely valid. That's entirely fair. Get out while you aren't arrested.
Just when we'd become friends here in England. Oh, what a terrible shame.
Don't worry, Sato, you'll see him again. Oh, I know. That does tug at my heartstrings, it really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I'd learned here in Britain and write something of my own. Novel of sorts, I suppose.
Oh my! So you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume. How wonderful!
Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature! Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Moustache. I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur. So we remember that first case when he had delusions of grandeur. Now, he wrote a really popular book. Good for him.
I, for one, would love to read your work.
Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper. Ah, that is very true. Run, run, run!
And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor.
I don't think they'd ever be able to get away with that just because Natsume Soseki is a real historical figure who's pretty, like, you know, well-liked. So, the desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand. Run, run, flee!
My goodness, yes! Faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure.
Poor guy is absolutely terrified, and I don't blame him. He got put into jail, like, within the span of 2 days. Twice.
Oh, thank you for the follow.
Follow me as we run away to Japan. Anyway. But that's not why I'm leaving, I mean it! Objection? Oh, he said objection! Objection! And that was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Soseki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely any time later, Susato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well, on the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. Yeah, that's where this all started. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial, on the following day. Oh, I was about to be like, did it have to do with, like, the loot or something? Was the loot sus? But, okay. The day that we uncovered the loot— oh, it is! Hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. But what was it? Tell me! Tell me the answer! Was it a cat?
Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes! How simply marvelous of you!
Oh, did Soseki leave behind his books? That's unfortunate. Oh,
You know, like... to uncover the secret hiding place in just 1 day.
wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? I was about to say the same thing. As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? Ah, he is voraciously eating.
Gregsy's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know. You know, Hurley? Happily? I think perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth.
So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then, if you're ready. Let's examine the late burglar's howl. It's just a bunch of post-it notes. What the? What is that? There's blood. There is blood on that. Hound of the Baskervilles reference? B for Baskervilles, I think. Kinky. No! There's blood!
It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar.
A collar? It's huge, though!
And look at all the gemstones set in it.
Oh god, no. Oh no, it's huge. Big dog? Big dog. Let's stick with the big dog.
I can see why it was claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Oh, have you noticed on the inside there? There are some dark stains.
You don't think they could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it.
On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. Then, of course, there's this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown.
What does it signify, do you think?
Oh! I hadn't noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know. Where could it have been?
That's enough of that, I think. Oh. Oh. Serious. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color has drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, oughtn't you? It could be very valuable evidence after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key. Yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot. Hand it over, now. No, Sholmes has been hiding something. The Hound of the Baskervilles has been a present thing in the past 2 games. I've never seen a collar that large before. And all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out the most to me. At least, not once I'd noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar. Those stains. Could they really have been blood? Probably. Oh, good. Right, I have to reconnect the thing because it...
Jacket. Oop. Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now.
Wait, did she say anything before that? I Okay, I did not missee that. And you look very pleased, Iris.
I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating.
You're talking about the latest installment of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, I presume.
The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the mustached man and the convict's curse, perhaps. I could make it a two-part story.
Oh, I can't wait! A word, please, Iris.
Yes? What is it, Hurley?
I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question.
Well, why not? It's a great case.
Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear?
Yes.
This is the first time that, like, we've actually seen the dynamic, like, be like,
and so it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity.
Voice jump scare? I was not expecting it! Hello?
Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story.
Yeah, he talks. Apparently.
It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again, with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Oh my god, we're going to the Crystal Tower! End. Yep, that's it. No more game. That's all we wrote. That is interesting now. But yeah, I think before I got interrupted by surprise VO, yeah, no, like it's the first time I think that we've seen like the actual like Sholmes acting like a parent and Iris acting like the child rather than the other way around. Yeah, I think I can start the next case, honestly. The Great Departed Soul. Oh! Okay, wait, no, this is the Crystal Tower. That's the thing that was on Olive Green's like hair tie then. That's what it is. Yeah. I mean, there's gonna be an ad break soonish, but like I'm not gonna wait here for 3 minutes. Alright, so I bet there's a murder.
The grand end of the century Great Exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors.
That's a lot of paper.
Hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, which rose high into the skies
that on
of
fire?
Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
Oh my god, freaking, it looks like he's pointing at his nose. You're booping him.
We're here at the showground of the Great
Ooh.
Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people. The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Also, the person next to the top hat up there looks kind of terrifying. I know they're probably just wearing glasses, but they kind of look like a weird shadow creature from a horror game. Oh! What in the heck?
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
Well, never mind, I guess.
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies.
That guy's suit looks like Egbert Benedict's.
And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Yeah, this looks like he's about to rip a portal through the fabric of reality. What did you make? What is that?
A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of
Huh?
high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
No, you don't have the technology for that. You don't have the technology for that. Don't do that. Oh no. I was about to be like, what, is that the killer whale from Splatoon? But oh god, this is actually so much worse. I'm sure it won't go wrong. I'm gonna take a break and digest this information. Don't steal the moon! I'll be back. I'm watching you.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal.
Hello, I return. Oh yeah. Let's see how this goes, right? I'm sure nothing bad could possibly happen. Oh boy.
Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what's gonna happen. That looks like a torture device. Have they tested this in any way, shape, or form?
In but a few moments from now, this gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
Here's the thing. I don't think it was possible to transport anything. Let alone people. Yep, there we go. That does look like one of the crystals from Final Fantasy XIV though, like the shape of it. Okay, yeah, so people died there. Well, that's it, case closed. And then they became the Warrior of Light. Or Hildebrand.
Bruno! Bruno, are you listening?
Oh, sorry, I thought I heard screaming. What was that, Iris?
Huh. What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast?
No, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again?
Today's paper! It's full of news about the Great Exhibition again! Somebody just died!
Yes, the Great Exhibition. I'd like to go sometime.
You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Hurley?
Ah, cool, everyone's depressed. Did you say something, Iris?
Oh gosh, you're even more down.
You just look so angry. Oh, I don't need this anymore. Ah! Ah! When did you arrive, Mr. Naruto? Oh man, I love this guy. He's so fucking funny. I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I thought you might have known I was here. You know, because breakfast. Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so that I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning with all its unruly spikes. Clearly, it can be deduced, therefore, that... let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has. Ever since we first met, in fact. Oh, really? How interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Oh, shoot. Thanks, again. It crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now.
6 months?
Since I was forbidden from working in court. So, I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned.
Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Hurley?
Again? Did you say something, Iris? Ah, back to moping. MC is banned from court? Yeah, in the first Great Ace Attorney, we defended a guy and successfully defended the guy, but it turns out that he was actually guilty, and so we got banned from court because we found that out later. We were also the ones who brought up, I'm pretty sure, that the guy was guilty. So, and falsified evidence. So we were defending using falsified evidence, even though we didn't know, technically, but, What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? We got banned for state secret music. Oh, that's also true. He seems even more down in the dumps than me.
I know! And the great exhibition has opened. You'd think he'd be more excited. Oh, why don't we all go see it together?
I want to, of course I do! But I can't. Not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective after all! So, you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from? Is that it?
I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley.
It's probably the one that we're not allowed to, you know, talk about. I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. Down to the Baskervilles, probably. Hey! We start off with this. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, about this. Shh! Not another word. Ah, yes, I see. This would be a oh! No, I've seen that already. This is the same one. I thought there would be something new, and I was wrong. So, never mind. I've seen this exact conversation. Something, something. Your arm is a dog! Anyway. It's a borzoi. Okay. Fine, I will not do that. Hey. Oh wait, actually, is there anything new to examine? Or is it all just gonna be like the same dialogue? It might be the same dialogue. Books, papers, scientific implements. These shelves are stuffed to the gunnels. Miss Susato wouldn't be able to help herself if she were here. She can't stand mess.
Susie might not be able to stand mess, but she wouldn't dare touch those shelves.
Oh, why not?
Everything's in intricate balance. Hurley spends ages on it. If you were to touch even one thing, the whole lot would come tumbling down.
Yeah, I've seen this exact one. Yeah, it sounds the same. So I guess it's nothing. Alright. Everything's the same! Maybe that's why they're all so glum. Because they're bored. Okay, is there anything physically new? We can't look at the skull! That's illegal. Was this... I don't remember there being... Every time I look at that machine, I can't help thinking what a monstrosity it is. What's it called again? Okay, this is the same dialogue, but I don't remember it being in use.
The great, analytoscope. It can analyze absolutely anything, you know?
Does seem incredible, and at the same time, incredibly useless.
Oh, but it looks impressive, doesn't it? So that makes it very useful.
I mean, it's being used for something right now. How does that make it useful?
Because it means you can pawn it for lots of money. The pawnbrokers always make idle remarks like, "What an incredible looking machine!"
Huh.
So Harry often takes it to the pawn shop when he's a little short.
Sounds like this thing pulls its weight around here more than I realized. By having its weight pulled around. That is new dialogue. Okay. It's just... Is that a cannonball? What the heck? Okay, nothing new here. Alright, I don't think there's anything terribly new. So... let's talk about things. Ooh. Half a year ago now, I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial heard at the Old Bailey. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery. Oh yeah, she should be out now, right? Cause like she was supposed to be in prison for like a month or something. turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable, yet at the same time, unforgivable mistake.
Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing.
You have, haven't you, Runo? Reading all those big fat tomes about British law in your room, and the notes about Sholmes' old cases.
Brewing Iris' special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You've become something of a manservant around here. Start on the silverware next, Master Naruhodo. Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. Specifically Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall.
Lord Strongheart?
Ah, the delightful Lord Chief Justice. Not my favorite fellow. He's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could. And I can't do that just sitting around here. The whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching.
Oh, do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons!
Look down on? Do you mean those things? Fly?
Yes, of course! They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it! All you need is hot air.
But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense! I can't understand it at all. If only Susato were here, with her cool notebook.
That's true, of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first.
I.e., the refrigerator looks at Lovecraft's friggin' story about the refrigerator.
But in 100 years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge.
I suppose they might be.
Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday, apparently. There was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I'd seen it, though. I'd love to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are.
Says the innocent 10-year-old girl.
I want to see people die.
Anyway. See here. Every page of this paper carries some article or other about the Great Exhibition. But the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Oh no, we're bringing the shadow? One brings shadow, one brings the bright? Anyway. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. Warrior of darkness. Okay, I'll stop. It's the Crystal Tower, come on! Shadows cast behind. Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Can I look at it? Uh-huh. Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go to see it properly before too long. Let's see, 10 pages, 1 penny. Can I read that? London, Britain, and something Industrial Revolution. Tower garners worldwide acclaim. The Great Exhibition of all nations, eyes on the world, are on the Crystal Tower, the pride of London, and Achievement? Something... acclaimed feat of unparalleled beauty. First test of matter transport device. Man's... oh god. Man's... long... something a... something a feat, F-E-A-T. Like a great feat of something. Let's see, what is this? Something, a retrospective. London's industrialism? Is that what that is? I think that's an L. I'm taking that L. Well, let's see what the back is. Is that Van Zieks? Wait, what? The Reaper attacked! Ruffian aims to intimidate a man of justice. Lord Van Zieks and compatriot cornered. Lost cat? Oh no! St. Bartholomew's Hospital. So many glowing reports about the Great Exhibition and everything that's going on there. Other than this rather gloomy looking one, that is. A lost cat? Wait, what?
What's the matter, Bruno?
Ooh, I can read it now! Okay, ruffians, something... okay, yeah, I saw that. Fiery ball gown sets dance hall ablaze. French court hears glass eye case. Altamont Gas Company! Maria Mitchell of Nutticut, Massachusetts? What is going on in this top right one? This is a US thing, I don't know what's happening there. The judge, Depov Newly, was presented today with the most curious case of a lady who refused to pay her dues for the purchase of one glass eye. It's probably not... An evening of cordial dancing turned into a blazing ball when one of the ladies' attendees' dresses accidentally caught on fire? In her panic at the sudden appearance of flames at her feet, the lady, dashed madly about the whole of something, igniting no fewer— Did she set people on fire while running around? That has nothing to do with the Van Zieks thing, but like, what? Thankfully, the fire— I mean, I assume they're okay with the whole thankfully. Okay. Wild. Have I seen ball gowns? I mean, they are, but like, don't run around and set other people on fire? This girl is on fire! Anyway. So, I'm assuming like Barok Van Zieks— they'll probably say it. That's Lord Van Zieks. And a weird guy who looks like he's from a JRPG. This must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? No, I wanted to see what was on there. It's something about his condition. Dunosuke was covering the screen too much for me to actually read it, unfortunately. That's neat. Alright, let's start with the gloomy mood. Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes? You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add? That's not like you. What sort of case is it? Shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening.
You're acting very strangely, Hurley.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, usually. The more mysterious and complicated the cases, the better Hurley's mood.
Ah.
Is it really a case that's bothering you?
Iris, please. You mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes. Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. That was a deep sigh. Alright. It says in the paper that Lord Van Zieks was attacked. That's terrible. You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes, Prosecutor Barok Van Zieks I. Drinks the blood of his enemies and turns into a bat on the weekends. I mean, they say that if the Reaper is the prosecutor in a case, there's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Even if the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short. London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, and bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord Van Zieks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time. He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. He always bites back, although it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Oh my good... Is he alright then? Is Lord Van Zieks hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know? Was it in the paper?
Well, in the article here it says, as to what of Lord Van Zieks and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition.
Oh. Oh, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No, I can't wait until tomorrow. In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know. But who? Seagull? Oh, Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's also a fair point, actually. Wait, if Van Zieks is out of the picture... I mean, we're not allowed in court, but like, I'm assuming we're going to be eventually. Are we going against Van Zieks? Well, I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes. Ha! You really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What? You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you would be wasting your time. The thought hadn't crossed my mind, but now I'm wondering where you're going. Well then, see you later, indeed. What a goofball. Listen to him. He's still laughing on his way out of the door.
Ooh, new outfit!
Hello?
Alright then, Runo, let's get going!
Oh, Iris, what are you wearing?
I got changed to go to the Great Exhibition. You're going to take me.
But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court.
Oh, well, that sounds fun too. You're going to take me there then.
Alright, fine, just lower that weapon, would you?
I'm not being left alone in the house. Of course. And after the Supreme Court, then we'll go to see the Great Exhibition.
Alrighty. Cool. I think she's about to take us out with a gun. Okay. I mean, eventually Susato will come back. We don't know when, though. Oh, wow, those low-quality birds. What happened to them? They've been compressed! Strongheart, what did you do to the birds in here? They've been flying around so long, they've become 8-bit. What the heck? Oh no, they've gone back in time! This is what happens when you fly around the clock for 6 months, I guess. You just become crushed and become... Well, I guess 16-bit is probably more accurate. I don't know. Weird. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here. But some things never change, like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. Don't stay here too long.
Oh!
Doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there. That's really cute.
Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here.
Of course. I was forgetting that you've been here before. The time we came here 6 months ago. When Susato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan. Ah, I understand you wish to speak with me.
Hello.
Oh, Lord Strongheart, I, trust you've been keeping well? Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies. Oh, no, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around staring into space. Good to know. Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You need only savor the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status. As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh, I've not heard about that. Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. Oh god, those birds. There they go again. The world must embrace it. As with the hosting nation, I have much to do, and it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it. Well, it's nice to know where I stand. So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. But actually, there is something else playing on my mind as it happens.
Bruno, just take a deep breath and come out with it.
Okay, let's go through these. I'm pretty sure we have to show him the newspaper as well. I actually came here today to ask for your permission. Go on. 6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, oh no, he's looking at his watch. I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. And I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Here it comes. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role. Well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on the study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. Oh, don't you play his theme at me. If that tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. Mr. Asogi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him.
His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling? Sorry? The mission with which that young law student was charged, what do you suppose it really was? What do you mean? Mission? He's not making any sense. Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions, and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions. Do you mean... As of this moment... Oh, and there you go. I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain. Thank you! Thank you so much!
That's wonderful news, Rudo!
In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. Well, that was easy. I mean, I guess off-screen 6 months of continuous reports of please let me back in, please let me in. You'll consider it, I hope. Of course, please tell me more. I can't wait for us to be put in a situation where we have to lose our license again. You described it as a curious affair. Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday? Oh, no.
Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see, how was it described? Super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis, I think.
Instantaneous kinesis, as in moving things with a click of the fingers?
That's right. It's just what my herbal blends need. A dash of devil-may-care.
Whatever the serious accident was exactly, it's clearly captured Iris's imagination. It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage, and a man lost his life. A certain Mr. Odious Man, an investor and a well-known figure in society. Oh god, it's another freaking Willy Wonka guy who is like, oh yeah, a rich investor who's well-known and well-liked, but actually is terrible. No! Not again. They actually are trying to get our license revoked for a second time. A large explosion?
A man died?
The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrained. He was very harebrained. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow. On the charge of murder. Manslaughter, surely. What, murder? If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There is very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation. The Great Exhibition. A scientific experiment gone wrong, and murder. I feel out of my depth before I've even started. Still.
We should go to the prison straight away then, and try to meet with this German professor, don't you think?
Definitely, but I have some questions first. Yes. One more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper. Oh, with Lord Van Zieks? How? Okay, I will get to that. First, this. All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. Why can I not say that? And next month, the largest and most important of them all will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium. Heck? It does seem as though a criminal investigation needs to embrace that's not him anymore. It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it? Exactly. And that's how we compressed these birds.
Not the birds!
London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. So it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it?
Exactly. The future of policing. We will bit-crush the entire population. And then we will no longer have 6 million people. Anyway.
Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods. Oh dear, that's alarming.
Exactly. It's extremely alarming.
If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure the numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figure.
Are you a villain? You're talking like a villain. You... be careful, buddy. Don't commit crimes. Don't do it.
And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim. Sorry? By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail everyone now.
What?
Oh, how fascinating!
It all began 15 years ago. I was blah 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 blah.
Oh no! Oh no! We're losing consciousness! He's poisoned us! Oh no!
And so ends Great Ace Attorney 2. Oh, we're coming back. We're coming back. And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter. In the simplest of terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission. Right, yes, that's wonderful! I definitely heard all of that. Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be. Imagine if we heard him, like, talking about his, like, criminal plan, and we just tuned it out and just went, yep, definitely. And just didn't realize that this guy was committing crimes. That'd be so funny, right? Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now.
Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful?
I actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Okay, let me present that newspaper article. Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this? The reports of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition, of course. No, not that. The story on the back page. What story? The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not?
Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he?
There's no need for concern. Lord Van Zieks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you. Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know. Very well. If it interests you. It does, strangely. Spill the tea. Does he have a sword? I think so. I think there's like 2 people with swords. Don't know how they got that picture, but... Fortunately, Lord Van Zieks emerged from the attack unscathed. Oh, he's totally fine. The street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter. But that's incredible. They were armed with guns, right? Why was he attacked though? Do we know? It's related to events that occurred a month ago. Sword is his special attack, his normals are his legs. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zieks. But the man was acquitted. I've no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. Large sums of money? Aha! Bribes! Yeah, vampires would be hard to kill. They always underestimate them, and they keep trying to, you know, jump on them in alleys, but like that's where the vampire has most of their power. A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday. But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely? Yesterday? Do you mean at the Great Exhibition? Was it Mr. Odious Man? The victim's henchman certainly seemed to think so. He was a man by the name of Asman. Mr. Odiasman. Did you say Asman?
That's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition.
Yes, known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization. Unbelievable. Well, I guess I called it. I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart? Try me. Why do you use Lord Van Zieks as a prosecutor? Murder is a very efficient way of weeding out the criminal. Anyway, all the criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zieks first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still, something's clearly going on here. I think we're talking to the person who's behind it. Oh no, not criminal! We always thought he was the good guy! I have Van Zieks work for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him. But that doesn't make sense. How can you explain the way so many have died if not by someone's hand? Van Zieks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. It's because I do it anyway. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Alright. Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. 11 hours? That is not like you. My colleagues may be starting to fidget. 11 hours late? That's quite something. That meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So, lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man. I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons! Oh, yes, where would I find Lord Van Zieks now? I would assume he's at his office. Right, I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. Want to get this straight from the horse's mouth. I forgot, yeah, no, he did yap at us for 10 hours, huh? Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Hairbrain's defense entirely in your hands. Of course, yes. Thank you very much, my lord. Alright. Dang. So, we can go and get the hot goss, or we can go and meet our defendant. So, like, tea, right? Yeah, tea. What a fancy room! What the heck? Okay, so clearly he has a thing that teleports the wine glasses from this cabinet into his hand. a chessboard, a gramophone, swords, a giant portrait of himself, I think. I will pan to the right as soon as I get the opportunity to. Also, like a scale model of, I assume, this building?
Oh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office.
Yes, it appears so.
Oh, it sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deadly atmosphere.
Oh, is that? That hooded figure was so still, I hadn't noticed their presence. Wonder who it is. I'm assuming that's Zeeks. What are you doing here? Hi! Oh, you are much taller when we are not on opposite sides of a courtroom. He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, hi! Hi, I'm glad to see you're well! He's really tall. I feel intimidated. I am. I'm also going to assume he brings, like, you know, an orchestra with him so that he gets his theme played. Like, this is actually in the game happening. Anyway. So, who's the person over by the wall being, punished for something or other? No punishment is taking place here. Oh! What? That's my apprentice. And he's sitting there of his own free will. Just staring at the wall? Oh,
You know, like, yeah.
but also, like, he's just staring at the wall? I, didn't know you had an apprentice. Must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. That makes sense. Why are they wearing a mask? Like a JRPG villain, though. Watching the wine ferment in the barrel? Mini Van Zieks? Oh no, it's a minivan! He's very able in combat. A requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? The Reaper. I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming, that is, such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms. So, I'm going to look around your place because... Okay, what can I look at? What can I look at? I'm just rifling around everything. Lord Van Zieks' desk, look. It's so stylish.
And that's a marble chess set beside it.
Chess. That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it? You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems.
Oh, really? You'd probably like chess problems in that case.
I'd love to challenge Lord Van Zieks sometimes. To a bout of shogi problems.
If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that on your own at home.
Okay, nothing about that. Look at that fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there. I'm so glad he said hallowed chalices. My hallowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world. Then why do you keep breaking them? It's just made of...
And yet you throw them around in court like they were worthless.
I need to make sure they're easily breakable dramatically. Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. Oh, me. Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile. So, it's my fault? Oh, silly me! How could I have ever thought otherwise? Okay. What's up with this?
Oh, look! It's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground.
Shogi's hard. I've never tried shogi. I've done like Chinese chess before, which is it is also markedly different. Why is there a guy over there on the ground? Like, you know, a little mini guy on the ground. Oh. Think of the artisans! It's amazing. I wonder why this is here.
Perhaps he made it to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person.
I thought it was so that he could investigate the crime scene. Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. Surely it's obvious that I'm using it as an investigative aid. Oh, cool. So I was right. You Nipponese have no business painting others as overly reserved. I really didn't think you'd overhear that.
Yeah, 上期.
He collects miniatures, so 10 out of 10. Fair enough. I mean, I assume he paints it too, or he buys them like pre-painted. Hey, so what's up with this giant portrait of yourself? That portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? He has antenna. It's a very majestic outfit and pose, but sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Zieks' facial features.
Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think.
Oh my god! Oh, that reminds me. What does that remind you of? I heard Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him.
How vain. That's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it?
That portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. Oh, then who is it? Wait. Huh? Tragic do I smell a tragic backstory? Okay, it looks like him but younger, right? Either it's like a painting of one of his ancestors, but he seems to shot in the dark. A younger family member? Is it his kid? Is it like a nephew or something? Yeah, we're gonna get a trauma dump in this case. I'm pretty sure. That's not gonna be left untied. Oh, interesting. Are those bats? Is this man actually a vampire? I don't even know what expression to put on my face for this one. Just, I was kidding. I keep joking. He can't give me more reasons to think that he's a vampire. Is this your family? Is this your... Oh my god! What the heck? They were bats? Apollo and the dodgeball. But Apollo's not in this game!
Yes, the Reaper's familiars, I expect.
Familiars? But what about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was the familiar. Just not the flying kind.
He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper then.
He's been staring at the wall for the past like 20 minutes. I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary though, either way. Alcohol. Look at all those ancient casks lining the wall there.
Casks in the Reaper's chamber? Or are they caskets?
Let's be real, he's just perpetually drunk. It's all alcohol. You don't think all those people who escaped conviction in court are lying inside them dead, do you? What ridiculous notions are going through your head, man? This is my collection of fine vintages. Yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up. And he's just sitting there like, this is why I need to be drunk to deal with you people. We are just talking shit about him in front of him. It's kind of great.
Runo and I were just musing to ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Reaper.
I wouldn't if you hadn't invited yourselves to my office to talk nonsense within my earshot. Oh yeah, he didn't even invite us. That's so funny. Okay, hi. It really looks like a punishment to me. I mean, it kind of looks like he's sitting in Seiza, which is weird, right? Like, cause he hates the Nipponese so much, very clearly. He's made that apparent. Why would his
I've never seen someone sitting like that before.
He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Do you think perhaps he's dead?
If he was dead, Bruno, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he?
Well, I'm going to... Yeah, I'm gonna ponder and think. I will be back. I will do some stretching of my brain as well as my arms.
Hello, we're back.
Alrighty, so...
If he was dead, Bruno, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he?
Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's going to talk to us.
He's not dead!
Can I look at what he's looking at? What's he doing? Van Zieks, what's he doing? I don't know. Lord Strongheart said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack. Like, I feel like the twin thing feels more like a latent twist than it does an Ace Attorney twist, if that makes any sense. Like, Ace Attorney has some weird twists, but like... I don't know. True. Carried out by henchmen of O.D. Asman's criminal organization. The investigation meant the arrests were imminent. Presumably, some hoped to kill me before that happened. We're in the 1800s. I don't know. They tried teleportation and that didn't work out so well. I don't know if cloning is gonna work. O.D. Asman. Odious man. He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means, via his criminal activities.
And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper.
But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances. It was a most unusual cause of death. I know about that. It was super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Mr. Asman died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. Correct. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you? No. That does seem a little far-fetched. If this man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death, at least.
It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Runa? I mean, what with you taking on the Professor's defense for the trial tomorrow?
What? You're going to be defending him? Oh, yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert. Albert Hairbrain. Oh, yeah, that's right. Do you know him by any chance? Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. Oh my god, and they were classmates? Again? You're...
What?
Oh my god, they were classmates! I understood that Professor Hairbrain was from Germany, though. Hairbrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all. So, you were students together? I was in the Faculty of Law, of course, and he in Science, so our paths rarely crossed. But, curiously, we got along. Though I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you, of all people, representing him. Only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems. Yes, I know. Because the prosecution will be handled by me. But by you? Isn't that a conflict of interest? But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends. Or friends. We are friends. It's true. Then why would you do this?
If the Reaper is the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed!
A conflict of interest? Well, he knows the guy. Oh, there are none in this. Yeah, no, that's fair. Sorry, I didn't realize you were being facetious. What's Lord Van Zieks thinking? Wine. Anyway. What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean... I'm a crown prosecutor, and immortal like any other. I'm no demigod.
But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal.
Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who, without question, deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them. But, that's not true of Mr. Natsume. For example, he wasn't a vile wretch at all.
Nor's Ginny! In fact, she's ever so hardworking now.
Oh. What's she been up to? I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hand of their own kind. It's not my work. Also, I guess that explains why he's so adamant that the people he prosecutes are guilty. Because I guess if he has a record of, like, only being handed cases of people who were absolutely 100% guilty, I guess I see where that preconceived bias comes from. Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way.
But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true!
Aw, we kinda care. The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. That lines up with one of Strongheart's 200 and whatever many reasons why. It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. Do you mean to say... I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly, and with honor. But it's putting you in danger! You could be killed. If that is my fate, let God decide. That's also true. If he blames himself, then he would. In order to stay sane. He could be killed, or worse, expelled. We got expelled! Lord Van Zieks. Okay, Lord Van Zieks is... Is there anything I can give him? I mean, he's unscathed. We've talked to him about all this, I guess. Just in case. I'm waiting for him to kick me out, honestly. Lord Van Zieks, about the article in this paper? Yes. It seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. Oh, I can read it now! Hold on. Ruffians aim to intimidate a man of justice. London's top prosecutor, Barok Van Zieks' life came under threat yet again as a group of heavily armed assailants brandishing large knives and pistols ambushed him last night. The sight of the Reaper of the Bailey and his companion valiantly keeping the mob of blackguards at bay was captured by this reporter, who then rushed straight away to the police to report this most heinous of crimes. As host of the Great Exhibition, the City of London can ill afford to have such brutal acts of violence occurring in the streets, and the Lord Chief Justice's office is sure to have a response to this latest incident. As to Lord Van Zieks and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition. Huh. Okay, so they have swords to protect themselves. Interesting. Is there anything else that I can read now? Skeleton captures bumbling burglar. A skeleton? A coil spring mechanism. Sorry, did someone get FNAF'd in the corner? Somebody just got FNAF'd in the corner by a skeleton. All right. What else is here? Where's the lost cat? Further down in the article, unfortunately. Lost, unfortunately. Women form new suffragist group. Good for them! Let's fucking go! 5 Eves at Frederick's? Apparently that's what happened there.
It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though.
Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them. But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. Mew. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? He's been staring at that wall for so long! As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him? A name? A reason for why he's been staring into space for the past hour? Who knows? He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So, you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose.
Oh, like you are to Hurley then, Runo?
I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with the great detective. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. He's not moving! Is he a computer? I'm sorry, computers don't exist yet. It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask. On Lord Strongheart's orders. Well, okay. Nobody knows the man's face. Well, indeed, his identity. But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? Also, what the heck is Lord Strongheart doing? Lord Strongheart's orders again. Now I'm wondering if, like, this guy is the Reaper, right? Like, someone who doesn't have an identity and clearly has fighting ability. But then again, like, all of the things that have happened to take out acquitted people have been, like, really, like, crazy accidents. It has nothing to do with, like, being ambushed in an alleyway. Like, there was the guy who, what's it called? McGriddled, who got, you know, burned in a carriage. But, like, that had nothing to do with... so I guess it's not this guy. Never mind. But it is weird, right? Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be a good reason for his actions. Maybe a bad reason. McWood-fired pizza. And I hope you're right. Oh! Hi? That is a creepy mask. Oh, that's a scary mask, actually. I don't like the golden eyes. Hi. The task is complete. Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs. This guy's just been relegated to paperwork. Poor soul. Hi? Hello, tall, dark, and ominous. Nice to meet you? Bye? Back to work again. That was, really strange, though. Yeah, no, he just stared and left. I have never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed, and yet... somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. Ryunosuke, what does that mean? Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it. Oh, I see. Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway? Why is he interested in me? He's staring at me! Oh, no, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to. The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture... Okay, are you smitten? it couldn't be. Oh. Wait. No. No way, right? Very dashing. Yeah. I don't know. Recognizing someone based on their posture is... You'd have to know them. Very dashing, very gallant. Oh boy. Ah, yes. There's something I've been meaning to ask you. What's that? That Nipponese man. Is he faring well? Oh yeah, he definitely cares. Okay, my opinion of Van Zieks is like drastically changing in this one conversation that I'm having with him. Sorry? The one arrested twice, in succession 6 months ago. With the stoop and the mustache and the jitters. Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out, you identified him from that list, Bruno.
Yeah, no, it humanizes him a lot. He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day. He wrote a book. He's living his best life. Yeah, it's also not just humanizing, it's like, it also, any sort of thing where I'm just like, why are you so insistent on like going down this road? Why are you ignoring all the things? Like, yeah, he would tunnel vision with this kind of reputation and like with all of the guilt and stuff that comes with it. Especially like, we're the reason that he's now doubting that like everyone he convicts is like, you know, actually guilty. Just because no one else has won against him. And honestly, no, there are a lot of people who, when they get acquitted, are actually guilty. So, I can see where he's coming from. Sort of. But I'm glad that we're also changing his mind. I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it investigating the case. I'm like 70 to 80% sure we're going to be investigating, like, reopening some case to do with the guy in that portrait back there at some point. Maybe not this case. I don't think it'd be in case 3, but I feel like that's gonna happen at some point. Yes, thank you for the advice. And for the conversation. I can't believe he's asking after Soseki-san. After a Nipponese. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried.
I never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist. Did you?
Oh yeah, that also is a big humanizing factor. Just, oh, you're friends with that guy?
That's a turn up for the books.
Mad scientist. Oh, you mean Professor Hairbrain? Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zieks, I think. He's working on it, and you know what? Character development! Hey, do you want to see this armband? Which has nothing to do with... Oh man. No, okay. I know you've seen this around my arm before, but what is it, exactly? It's the mark of a defense lawyer, in Japan at least. And what's your reason for showing it to a British prosecutor? Well, I don't know, really. I can understand, at least. There's merit in reminding yourself of who helped you become what you are today. You're, like, surprisingly nice. Oh. But... Oh, is that the... Oh! I just noticed! Oh, I just noticed that he's wearing the thing that is on the portrait. Oh, his traumatic backstory. Oh no! But that's a personal matter. Something you may want to keep close at all times, not something to flaunt. Yeah. That... oh man. No, I suppose not. Oh wow, I got an achievement for that, okay. Thank you for understanding, though. I'm so glad that it's not always a silly thing that happens when you present the armband. This is a nice dialogue. It's a good exchange. Neat. Okay. Well. He was a soldier? Maybe. Who knows? But let's find out about... And they were... Oh? They were classmates. Van Zieks? I mean... I'm assuming that, he's wearing it because of the person who died in his, traumatic backstory, TM. Cell 11... Oh, it's not Cell LL. LL. The warden said Cell 11. Well, that's this one.
Oh, there's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner. Look.
What's his name again? Professor Albert Hairbrain, wasn't it? Excuse me, Professor Hairbrain? Oh.
Who are you?
I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Hi! Defense lawyer.
A lawyer? What was it? Something I said? A lawyer, you say? Would you be here about the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis?
Your hypothesis? I don't...
Yesterday's demonstration!
Sorry, I, like, missed a little bit. Sorry, I don't...
That magnificent demonstration was... It was an out-and-out success, by anyone's calculations. But despite that, no one listens. No lawyer believes in the science. When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity.
Huh? Why are they all so theatrical? Now's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while too. Well... we can ask about the tea! Alright, let's talk about this in order. Oh, I gave him this voice because of, we did hear him talk, actually, briefly. So it was very much the, old-timey, sort of, black and white film narrator voice sort of thing. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday?
The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he?
Oh!
Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose, in the strictest sense, the experiment was a failure, but at the same time, it was a great success.
You've lost me.
I saw it with my own eyes, right there in front of me. Mr. Hasman was spontaneously disassembled.
So he died? Right? He died.
Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis.
However, the machine exploded and Mr. Hasman, in fact, perished.
Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure.
So, what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Hasman was an accident, correct?
But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder.
Ooh, okay.
I was responsible for a man's death. That is the immutable truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished at once.
Did you admit to it even though it was technically an accident?
But murder? Oh, never mind, he didn't. Never in a million years. It was an accident. Simply an accident.
I see.
Hurley and I were talking this morning, you know? He said the situation would change completely, depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder.
How, exactly?
Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody.
On what grounds?
Ah, yes, it's newly established here in Britain. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
That one passed me by.
But if the case is treated as murder,
Then they'll say my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pore over it as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen. The machine must be protected from that at all costs. That's why it's imperative this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial.
Ah, I see now. Alrighty, so, teleportation, huh? So, in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday.
Yes, or rather no, the devil is in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion.
Sounds the same to me.
you were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating.
Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible using a sufficiently high voltage to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see? That's my amazing hypothesis!
Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science?
Oh, but dare to imagine it. Dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in this cell, and the next I could be at the Great Exhibition again.
Well, yes, that would be incredible.
In the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be at the Great Parisian Theatre, say. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet would be within reach.
So, no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days?
I don't really see it like that.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk.
My word, that's exactly right. Oh, what are the implications? What does this mean?
Oops, that's got Professor Bunnybrain really worried, by the looks of it.
Clearly, this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know if I would want to be disintegrated and reassembled. Like, no thanks. It's like the idea of, like, in a fantasy world, magic being treated like, you know, computer science and stuff is here, where it's just like, yeah, I've seen the way those magic circles were constructed, and, like, it's working on, like, prayers in a dream. And no one knows why it works, so I'm just gonna be taking a boat. Bye!
The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment.
Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have.
That's exactly it, yes.
Hurley's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science.
Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time.
I met the well-known investor, Mr. Asman.
The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? Well, let's get the hot goss first. I understand Lord Van Zieks is a friend of yours from your university days?
Yes, that's right. He was studying law whilst I was studying science.
What was he like back then?
A good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, and all-around nice fellow, really.
Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Barok Van Zieks. What was he like when he was at university? No, he answered the question. Just because you don't believe him.
Talk about a leading question, Runo. As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zieks family, with all its great aristocratic origins.
The little darling? If I called him that, he would punch me with wine bottles. It'd be worth it.
I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood.
Little darling?
It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less.
Yes, that's right.
I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation.
Really? What sort of event?
I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany already.
Yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that, Lord Van Zieks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. He's gonna find out. You might as well tell him now. Alright. The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odie Asman, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man?
He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars.
I see. So you hadn't really known each other until then.
Money for scientific research. I'm so envious. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Not odious at all.
Really?
An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund
Oh god, no, not another wiggler!
to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition. And if that went well, I could expect an additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Asman provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications. But then your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion.
So, was it planned? 'Cause, somebody, maybe the engineer was the faulty part of it? I don't know.
As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Asman. I would never, ever have thought of taking the man's life.
Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. Oh, I was gonna show him the newspaper to see if he had anything to say, but I don't think he does. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying? Why did he kill him? An accident. You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work. Is that correct?
As correct as 2 squared is 4. I swear it. Yes, it's true that the man perished in a machine of my invention. So, I know that I'm far from blameless in all this, but still. I would never use my discoveries, my inventions to take a person's life, not in a centillion years. I'm a man of science, is all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis?
Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that all my life.
I'm afraid I don't know much about science, or your theories, but I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please.
When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything.
Thank you for that, Professor.
And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court.
You are like the most level-headed person I have had to defend in this entire game so far.
Alright, Runo, it's time. Time to visit the great exhibition.
Sorry?
Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it? It's about to be another incident too.
Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate. Wait, can I show you the newspaper? Do you have anything to say about your classmate? Oh no, I wanted to show you the back! I'm so sorry!
How could this have happened?
You must feel awful. As well as a man losing his life, the Crystal Tower was greatly damaged too.
I know what happened. It must have been that.
That?
The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket. They're still there now. It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing. That's what this is.
For a scientist, he has some very illogical anecdotes. Long and illogical. Huh. Well, guess not. Alright, let's go investigate. Oh, that's the broken part. Okay, I see. Exhibition! This way! Ugh, the showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I felt myself swooning 3 times. You gotta bring water with you.
There are a lot of people, aren't there? I've almost been trodden on 3 times too.
Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. Finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are, underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. Exclamation point! Exclamation point! What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. It sounds like an argument?
Hi! Right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you, I'll arrest you in a minute.
Oh yeah. Go on then, Spectre, give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence, and you know it. I missed her! She has a cool coat again! I'm so happy for her. Wait, I know those voices.
You've got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady. But a night in the cells will teach you some manners.
Just try it, I dare ya. If you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat.
Yoo-hoo! Gerxie, what are you doing up there?
Oh, this lot.
Ah! Ah, that's you! Here, you're here. Here, you are here. You are your ladyship.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I totally forgot about this.
How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship.
Does that make her 3 times a lady?
I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue. Unbelievable. I'll go and have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you.
Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely, or there he looks so sad! Or there should be. He just looks like a sad-kicked puppy now. No.
Watch it, sunshine.
Sorry.
What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case.
Yes, I'm acting for the defense.
So, we're here to investigate. Dear me, that's the situation, is it?
Is it really that troubling?
A measly 5 bob. Is that all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't ya? You could stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Narado.
Well, hey, that's my last bit of spending money!
You're gonna have it back. I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob.
This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket, or diver, born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court.
What's your problem, eh, Ardo? Diver, pickpocket. What's with all the name calling? You want a bag of chips rammed down your throat and all, do you?
I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina? You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you've been up to your usual tricks here at the showground.
That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Otto. Half a year's a long time. People can change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective.
Yo, Inspector Lestrade! We've come full circle. We've done it. We've done the reference.
So you'll have to call me what everyone else does.
It's Inspector Lestrade now.
Yes!
Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely. Detective Sadgle.
Inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth, anyway, investigating is off the cards for all of us. What's that supposed to mean? Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, alright?
Right, sir. This raises a lot of questions. But I can also investigate-ish. The Crystal Tower. That's certainly an apt name. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is, being so tall and with all that glass. I can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan.
There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors.
Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest draw.
And thanks to that incident, the whole tower is shut.
Suddenly it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower.
Apparently, everyone's taking to the skies now to look down on the disaster area from above instead. But there's a 3-hour queue to go up in a balloon now.
Londoners must be very patient people. What is that?
It looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree just here.
Dropped or hid? What is this? Some part of the machine that exploded?
Maybe. It could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps.
What's going on here? Oh, nothing. I think I'll hang on to this, just in case. Ooh, we're hoarding evidence again! The mysterious contraption has been entered into the court record. Okay. Not too much to look at, actually.
Oh, look, what's this? A ripped piece of cloth.
It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. It's very thick and stiff. It looks extremely durable. Balloon?
It's canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well.
Maybe that means it had something to do with the explosion.
Let's make a note of it while Ginny's mid-yawn.
For some reason, the ground is damaged in this spot. Look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something.
Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers too.
Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this would have been.
I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Bruno.
Hey, wanna bet that Asmund isn't dead? I don't know, did we find a body? These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. Wait, I'm allowed? I thought I wouldn't be allowed up there! Hold on, I need to go talk to Gina! Oh no! No, I need to go back! Will they declare murder if there wasn't a body? Well, I mean, the body was there 1 minute and then it was gone the next. So, that's it then. Is it? The machine that blew up.
Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion, and I've seen my fair share.
You've seen things like this before, you mean?
Of course! Hurley's always doing experiments that end in a bang! In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry.
Ah, that might explain the smell of burning. That frequently comes wafting up the stairs.
One time, he made something that exploded with such force it took the roof off of the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Bruno.
It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof.
Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate.
No, we go back. It's time to return. Oh, look, Inspector Gregson is over there. He seems to be deep in thought about something. Whilst eyeing up the machine carefully.
Really? He just looks confused to me.
Okay, hold on. Can I go back? No! How do I go back? Where are the stairs? How do I leave? No! Gina! I want to go talk to her! No, I will find a way. Maybe if I moved, like, to a different location and then move back, maybe it'll put me in the... Maybe it'll put me in the right spot. Please. Yeah! Okay. I fixed it. Hi! It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina, in connection with a case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. I had a lot of time to think in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. That diving weren't working out.
Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Ginny. Well done!
So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective? You got it. Good, innit? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, eh? Talk about a sea change. And then there's Iris's old man to think about. Iris's father, you mean? Yeah, I promised her, didn't I?
I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him.
Oh man! Oh, it's so bad that we haven't told them! Case freaking won! Just a small promise then. Nothing serious. Oh, this is going to blow up in our faces so badly when we tell them!
Ginny, you're so sweet.
So, anyway, that's how I had to go at the test for Scotland Yard. Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I? Just a small problem, nothing serious.
And that's when Hurley approached Gregsy and asked for help. So, the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her a sort of apprentice.
That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson, and brave.
Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants.
The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words. Blackmail! So, long and the short of it is, if you got questions about the case, you're gonna ask Inspector Lestrade. Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there?
Ooh, what, Bruno, what?
Wasn't I thinking that? Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet here she is still.
Come on, you're not still on about that, are you?
The Legend of the Reaper, whatever it's called. Cool, you don't have to worry. Half worry? Half worry, Otto. If I didn't half worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left.
It's like I told you before, innit? The Reaper's kind of like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside. I ain't really done nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong might be stretching a point.
What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he?
Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought.
Exactly. So I ain't worried. I'm totally fine.
Okay. Here's the thing. We don't know how Sholmes convinced Gregson, right? Maybe it's a keep an eye on her to make sure she doesn't get taken out, right? Because the reason that Soseki's okay is because he went to Japan. He's pretty far out of the way. Because it is way too coincidental that everyone, like, you know, there's this reputation for a reason. And I'm pretty sure Strongheart's behind it. So this is to keep an eye on her to make sure that she's okay. At least that's my current guess.
Core, it was out of this world, it was.
The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine and suddenly started billowing smoke.
Then it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment here yet.
Sorry?
You mean you saw it, Ginny? With your own eyes?
Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge here, ain't he? Of keeping everything running smooth, I mean. The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's going to take some getting used to. So, all I have to say is I'm on duty, and I can do whatever I want to.
Get this, I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above. No, you're so lucky, Ginny! Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too.
Yeah, do it.
You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? You'd have no trouble at all. Then it's settled. When do I start?
No. You can't join Scotland Yard, Iris.
We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success?
Oh, right, well, it was a success, in a way. It was? How can it have been? Oh, if it disintegrated him, there was no body to be found, so we don't have a body, which means that he totally got away and is alive. Surely, after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success.
It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke in that whopping great bang. But where do you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the oh, never mind, they did find the body. In the crystal tower over there.
What? In the tower?
You can see it for yourself, can't you? Up there, above the scaffold. Oh, where all the glass is broken, you mean?
Just made a cannon.
Yeah, the cage what the victim got and start with really did get beamed through the air or whatever and landed all the way over there. So, you see, it did kinda work, didn't it?
What? I don't believe it. Oh yeah, Gina has great animations.
I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. Oh, I'll tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up at the yard.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go on. I had 3 bob off you before, so that's fair.
Cool. Okay, I will bounce for one more break. I'll probably wrap up in like half an hour or so.
I paid for evidence. Is that bribery? I don't know, but I shall return.
Hello. Y'all okay? Well, neat. Hello. I'm sure that whatever's happening here is fine. Anyway, so yeah, we paid for some evidence. Oh, thank you for the follow, Francisco Von Karma. That's pretty fitting. Yes, I didn't actually give that to you. Did I? Does it count as a bribe if you stole it from me? Okay. something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. Oh, Francisco Von Karma's telling me to hydrate! Well, I can't be a foolish fool, so there we go.
For what it was worth, anyway, investigating is off the cards for all of us. Yes, naughty old Gregsy ran off after that without explaining himself. Oh, right,
But can I be a foolishly foolish fool? I can be a foolishly foolish fool who does things foolishly. Some of the time. A lot of the time.
The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant.
In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations?
Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate neither.
Why?
What did the boss call him again? The forensic investigation team, I think.
Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, innit? So, even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. Yeah, I've never heard something like that before. Well, looks like Strongheart managed to implement that forensics team, after all.
I thought I could have a gander on the quiet there, but the boss caught me at it. Probably heard him giving me an earful about it before from down here, didn't ya? It's not bleeding fair.
I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it.
Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make him so stubborn. You say something to him, Otto. Go on, see if you can get through to him.
He's up on the platform above us, is he? Where the machine that exploded is.
We can try, can't we, Runa? Gregsy will listen to us.
No, he'll listen to you. Alrighty. I'm kind of curious if you have anything to say about anything here. What about the evidence? Are we allowed to show this? Because we deliberately hid it. Well, first of all, of course. This armband is proof, in Japan at least, that I'm a defense lawyer.
And this badge is proof that I'm a detective.
So you're all gonna have to start calling me Inspector Lestrade. In that case, you'll have to start calling me, well, anything but Otto? I could call you Defender, not Otto, if you like.
But it don't really trip off the tongue.
No, it doesn't have a great ring to it, does it? Glad they're having fun. Good for them. Okay. Gina, would you like take a look at? Oh, where did it go?
Looking for this, Otto? When did she do that?
Wonder if you got anything else to show me, eh? What do you reckon? Give that back first, please. Okay, so that's gonna be the generic dialogue, but like, what if I show you the thing that we deliberately hid from you? Okay, cool. Party trick time. All right, okay. Now we can go. We go up. Alrighty. Kinda wanna take a look around first. Ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it?
Magnificently and mercilessly.
So, someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air.
Yes, beamed, not blasted. That's the point.
Yes, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris?
Oh, Runo, I'm just a child. How should I know?
A child when it suits you, you mean? A child with a doctorate and a successful writing career, and also inventor. Yes, merely a child.
From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull this lever here—
Stop! Don't touch that!
That was practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over just now, Gregsy. Please, your ladyship, I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here. So sorry. You can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it.
Glugson.
Ah, wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful.
It's just like old times, this is. I'm guessing that would have happened if we interacted with anything here, actually. We're representing Professor Hairbrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. So we should be allowed to examine the scene.
Listen, Sunshine, even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. It's that blasted Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act to blame. It's driving me potty.
Oh, yes, that's special dispensation. The professor mentioned that too.
More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes. But we're allowed to just look, aren't we? Surely that's alright, isn't it, Grexy? Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship, but please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will ya? Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Bruno?
She really knows how to get what she wants. And also, we definitely already took things. Alright. Imagine if we showed this. Oh, I just realized I haven't investigated this at all. Ooh. Can I investigate this at all? Is there anything of note? Huh. Really? Nothing. Oh. One thing. There's some sort of lever here. Oh, it's a crossbow! What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing, too. Oh! A gun bow! That's pretty cool. Well, now I can look at it. This groove here, it must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. So, I was right. It's a sort of bow with an automatic firing mechanism. This would be perfect for someone like me who catches his ear with the bowstring 2 times out of 3. Your ear? You should not have your face that close to the string. Like, I understand when you hit, like, you know, your arm. That's why you have arm guards. Or, like, hitting your chest. That's why you have, like, a chest guard. Like, you know, you don't hit it every time or anything, but, like, really? How are you hitting your ear? Okay. In fact, if I'd had one of these, maybe I could have beaten Kazuma in Kyudo archery training. No, because that's not Kyudo anymore. Gunbow seems like it'd be a Final Fantasy weapon. It's okay. Instead of that, we have a whole guitar as a bow. Looking at you, 14. Okay. Handle. Looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. You must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device then. In fact, I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. Wait, correct me if I'm wrong on that one. Yesn't, right? Because, like, warbows, I mean, I don't know about Kyudo, but, like, warbows are, they have, like, draw weights of, like, 150 pounds or something? It's something insane or something like that. But, like, I don't remember if crossbows can reach the same amounts. Probably can, but I don't know. I think there's drawbacks, there's pros and cons to using each one. Ugh, I really had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds. More accurate, but probably not as powerful. Yeah, right? That's what I was thinking. I mean, it's gonna be better wielded by people who don't have as much experience. That's true. Yeah, no, they can definitely reach high draw power. I think it's like, you don't need as much as much training to use a crossbow in comparison to a longbow, but a longbow can get, like, more. Oh, average of 120. Neat. Yeah, something like that anyway. I'm not entirely sure. Pounds and not kilograms. Anything else? Okay, there is nothing else of note on here. POV, you're about to get shot by a crossbow. Anyway. Can I look at this? Do you have anything to tell me? It looks like layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. You don't need to hold the drawstring with the... Yeah, that's also true. I've never seen anything like it before. But applying Mr. Sholmes' methods, you might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really, really didn't want to get wet. And the charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. It was a balloon. Let's be real, it was probably a balloon. Or maybe not. Okay, well. That's fine. Interesting.
Pew.
So, this balloon is the one that fell, right? Seems like it. Oh, huh. Maybe the crossbow shot the balloon over here, which exploded. Very, very, you know, explosion-y. And, yeah. I still think it's a setup. I don't think that guy actually, like... I don't think that guy's dead. Using high-voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body, and then beam him across to the Crystal Tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. True, it was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition, mind. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean. Government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the odd spot of public safety infringements. If they can be the first to develop some new technology, it makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Yes, I suppose that's true, in a way. So, powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment.
What sort of rights? Making it so that any theories the brains have remain their legal property, as it were. Right through developing it into a practical idea and even going into production. Which is the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. Because the new highfalutin Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it.
Oh, I see now.
The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department at the Yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, it's called. Well, you've been relegated to keeping guard.
The Forensic Investigation Team. They are fit for duty.
Any old fool can see this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. But just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing with it. Poor Brexy. He's very head up, isn't he?
Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here?
Oh, you having me at it, Sunshine? It's the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
He literally just said it.
Yes, I think Hurley mentioned that recently. With a real twinkle in his eyes, I remember. I'm sure he did, your ladyship, I'm sure he did. Passed especially for this great exhibition it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to some suits in the civil service, and if it gets rubber stamped, that's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality.
What does that really mean?
Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Although a good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me. Put forward by shammers like yourself.
Thanks for that.
Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's all so fun. Might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine, eh? Hang science, that's what I say. Hang science? Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job. You'd soon think otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shammers' bogus contraptions.
But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point.
Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly.
Sorry?
Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas. If any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant.
Those scientists get funding.
Exactly. That's what they're all after. All these shammers coming from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who has to keep them all safe, huh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, that's who. So you can see why I say it now, can't you? Hang science, hang it! Oh, maybe I can see your point.
Alright. Apparently, Professor Harebrain lives and works in Germany now conducting his research.
That's right. Came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it.
Probably after one of the government's research grants. Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. About his time in further education. It turns out he was at university. Wow, we're just here just gossiping about him, huh? He turns out he was at university with someone we both know, Lord Van Zieks.
Huh? What's that? That's news to me. But Van Zieks means man's the prosecution, and as the accused, the professor's fate is
sealed? Because the Reaper will get him one way or another?
Blimey, that man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in that head of his. Talking of Van Zieks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that? Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper's completely fine. Nothing to worry about. Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still, the Reaper, huh? How long's that business gonna keep up, I wonder?
The victim of this case, the investor, Mr. Asman, he was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard.
Lord Barok Van Zieks is a top-class prosecutor. But even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win.
Yes, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it?
Obviously. Scotland Yard suspected Van Zieks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court.
Although, the man himself denies that charge. Also, I believe him now.
Well, we've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached is that Lord Van Zieks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would.
But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't just have coincidentally died if nobody killed them.
I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery, after all, isn't it? It's the whole point of the Reaper.
Professor Harebrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Zieks was a totally different person, easygoing and kind.
You what?
He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what it was?
No clue.
Really? I feel like we shouldn't be prying about this. This is like... it's pretty rude of us.
Look, I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, huh?
Yeah, that's something we should not be prying about. It's a bit rude. Everyone I mean, I don't think that the scientist knows. He just knows vaguely of what it could be. But like, Just because, like, he really wasn't here. And I think he's very much in a situation of, I wish I was here so that I could have helped him. And it's just like, oh. What if I give you this newspaper? Do I get anything from that? Inspector, have you read this paper? Yeah, 2 unwelcome blasts back to back. This one at the exhibition and the Reaper getting attacked. I know. Terrible news to wake up to, wasn't it? Tried to pretend I hadn't read it. Turned over for another 40 winks. Thanks to that, I was late up and got a roasting from the super. Some mornings are like that, aren't they? Okay. Where else can I go right now? Oh, right, I haven't investigated. I have to investigate the actual scene. Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Harebrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, you hear? I won't touch a thing, promise, so please spare a thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims? He asks, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest. Give it a rest, sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. But we can't, can we?
Because of the annoying rules, you mean?
Exactly! The annoying, obstructive, flaming rules! Oh, look at the base of the machine there.
Oh, yes. There's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh.
Hey! It's a screwdriver, I think.
Oh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle is in the shape of a capital letter A.
Or like the Crystal Tower. It is? Oh, yeah, you're right. What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said! Touch anything, I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, I said! Yes, I understand, sorry. I only touched it a teeny weeny bit.
Well, Grexy, I'm very curious about this screwdriver. Really, very, very curious.
Inside of you are 2 wolves. Of course, your ladyship, you're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like this. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
Well, Bruno found it first.
I assure you I'll investigate it thoroughly. He's gone off with it. So now we can touch the rest of the scene, right?
That was very mean. I'm afraid Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now.
Poor Gregsy. Man's just doing his job. There are all sorts of strange build- Oh, I was looking at the ribbon, but okay. Here in the Great Exhibition Grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time.
Oh, in your country, Runo? I do wish I could go and see it. I present a particularly steely samurai with the present of one of Hurley's stories I'd written especially.
Oh my god. The origins?
And see if I couldn't get Hurley into a jam against some Partitsu Master Ninjas.
The Jammin' Ninjas? And the Steel Samurai? Oh my god, Iris is the creator! You might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you think.
Oh, well, that's dull.
Oh, but I do know a prosecutor with a chonmage top knot I could introduce you to.
A chonmage? Really? Do you think I could have my picture taken with him? Do you?
Oh well, no. He cut off the whatever it was at the front. Assuming he's recovered from the trim Kazuma gave him a year ago, yes. But what else can I investigate here? What? Is it really just a Ferris wheel? I'm sure Susato mentioned Aji cutting off his hair in her letter. Very important stuff. You're right, and how he had a weird growth on his forehead. What is that gigantic thing over there? It looks like an enormous water wheel.
Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people riding inside these little cabins you can see.
What? Why?
Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery.
Wait, it's turning? But it looks completely still. You good?
Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about a half an hour.
If you were mad enough to go in one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think?
I feel as though you might have just invented a new sort of ride there, Runo.
Gonna be streaming on probably Thursday and Friday. I'll put up an actual schedule today afterwards. Yeah, I had to double check something before stream, so it just I just was like, I'll post it afterward. Yeah, I still have a thing on Wednesday, unfortunately, so. Thursday it is. Oh, entirely valid. I should probably hop off soon-ish. I'm just trying to wrap up this because it feels like I'm about to wrap up investigating. Do you have anything else to say? I didn't realize you were still here. Am I missing anything? What am I missing now? Huh? Okay, it's gotta be something small, right? Oh my god, right, there's an arrow up there. Okay, I can look at this. No one more hour. I have to wake up early, unfortunately. That amazing horn-shaped device is pointing towards the crystal tower.
Right, take care. Yes, well.
I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of that thing to wherever they're going?
I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Runo. It was set up to beam people to the crystal tower where they'd be reconstructed in their original form.
Well, I don't like the look of it. If it was as amazing as it looks, the accident wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course.
I suppose that's true, yes.
But nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? Anything else? Balloons? Balloons! So, those are people carrying balloons, dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly. But I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful, floating tamari handballs.
I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Runo, please.
Wait, 3 hours? If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it. But without a cast iron guarantee that the thing won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared.
Oh, well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground, as long as it doesn't explode.
Yes. Call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. Okay, now, is that it? That's gotta be everything now, right? What do you mean? Do I have to present you something? Do you want to see this crossbow I found? As a detective, what do you make of this? Personally speaking, 9 times out of 10, I find clues turn out to be red herrings. There's every chance that's totally irrelevant. No, it's not. That's actually a fairly persuasive argument. But it's not! That's a crossbow! Okay. Have I... No, I can't look at that. What on earth am I looking at here? Huh. Okay, maybe there is more things I can present. Maybe this? Dang it, no. I will present everything to you. Dang it. Do you want my armband? This is the symbol of a defense lawyer where I come from, Inspector. I've shown it to you 5 times.
Well, doesn't pass muster here in London. You might as well chuck it in the deep fat fryer.
No one's ever said that to me before. Mr. Sholmes suggested I feed it to a dog, though.
You fry it first, you can feed it to me.
Does he think it's made of potato? Shoot. Steal his fries. I would if I had the option.
What am I supposed to look at then?
Does this have like different dialogue now? No. No, it does not. Okay. What am I? Both locations. Oh. Okay, so I'm going to have to move and move again because for whatever reason, I don't know how to get back to the previous location. Did I pick up anything? Do you want to see the crossbow? It's a pretty cool crossbow. Never mind. Okay. Maybe I am... Ooh! I think this is what I'm missing.
That's where the cove ended up after his instant kinesis or whatever they call it. Dead, of course.
And yet they're calling the experiment a success?
What's the wooden scaffold there for?
The coppers, our lads, set that up after the incident happened. To get the body down, I think. Don't know, really. Didn't you help to erect the scaffold then? Nah, lookout duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that, or he'll give you the boot. It's incredible, though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? There we go.
Runo, listen!
What is it?
I've been thinking. Hurley might know something, mightn't he?
About what?
About Mr. Reaper!
Oh, about what happened to Lord Van Zieks, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he?
Here, this is what you need.
What is this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madame Tuspils. Is this supposed to mean something to me?
You don't know it! It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now if you like.
No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow.
But that's where Hurley is.
What? At this popular London attraction?
Yes!
How is it that you know where he is?
Hurley told me, but he told me to keep it a secret from you, Runo.
Madame Tuspils. I don't see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then... stranger things have happened. And when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. Do I want to see Sholmes before I log off for the evening? Maybe. Museum of Waxworks. Oh! Huh? What is this place? I mean, okay, wax stuff, fair enough. But what are they representing? Look at all these terrifying scenes! But why are all the people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murderers. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight.
They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they?
I can't wait for Sholmes to be pretending to be one of them.
What do you think, Runo? Shocked?
Wax models? I read about dead bodies and wax ones in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, but parts of them can turn to wax, apparently. It's called a dipicure.
Stop talking about creepy things like that, Runo. You're scaring me. Anyway, a dipicure doesn't form readily. You know, it's only a very specific. Ah! What now?
I've just remembered something else I read in another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display.
None of the exhibits here are real. They're all entirely man-made replicas.
They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them.
Oh,
There's no way anybody could make models of people that are this realistic. I knew it! I knew it! I knew he would be there! Ah! And they're all such gruesome scenes. Wait.
what is it?
So lifelike. Oh no. I must be seeing things. They got him! They got Sholmes! So there's a hand there. I'm just gonna go and say hi to Sholmes. We're gonna ignore that. It's the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue in here? Really?
Well, he is world famous after all.
It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl to look at it.
I know! But look, Runo, you can kick this Hurley and he doesn't move a muscle!
Huh? You can't go around. Oh my god, he's just... You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. Wait. You can hear us internally just going, fuck. It just moved, I'm sure, and not just a little bit either. He's blinking.
Oh, really? Did it?
And look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. Are you really gonna stay there for like however long we're here investigating? Are you sure you have that level of patience? Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look! There's a great murder scene to enjoy. Much more appealing.
Hold it!
My dear fellow, I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner, as if you've seen something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes! I knew it. Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Naruhodo. Bleh. It's weird doing that with a British accent. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kick! Could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You winded me! Where did she kick him? Just in the gut?
But Runo has something he needs to ask you.
Ah, a question.
And I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So, here we are.
Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes more being stationary like that. And my great brain, upon which all my successes has been built, would have turned to wax. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed. In many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss.
Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you?
You could know something, it's true, about Lord Van Zieks and what happened in the past to change him. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For you're in luck. I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Really? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you've come to me now. But how could it be? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow. But for now, I must return to my work. Is he... What, back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit? Amazing. And on that lovely note, on that freeze frame, I'm gonna probably call it for today. In case something goes wrong. You know what? I'm just gonna end on this. What a guy. Oh man. Also, I will also switch to my end screen. Actually, I have one of those, and I need to remember that I have one of those. Oh shoot! You know who's streaming right now? June. And June is doing a fundraiser stream. That is very important. I'm going to send y'all that way. Remaining dad jokes, 70. Is that a limit on the number of dad jokes that he can do? But yeah. Oh, glad you've been enjoying.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for tuning in. And I will be back on, I believe, Thursday. I'll put up an actual schedule. But yeah, I will be back on Thursday and probably Friday. Thursday at an earlier hour and Friday at my earlier hour. Dang it, it's all earlier hours now. Okay, it's fine. Mostly that way I can do 3 hours. Anyway, beside the point, thank you guys again, and yeah.